Good evening. Do I have a motion to convene the January 8th regular meeting of Levittown Board of Education? Phyllis, second. Marianne, all in favor? 7-0. May I please have a motion to move into executive session for the purpose of discussing discussions regarding negotiations? James, second. Mike, all in favor? 7-0. We will return at 7:30. Please note that we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance when we return to open the regular meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the January 8th regular meeting of the Levittown Board of Education. May I please have a motion to reconvene the meeting? Christina, can I have a second? Mary Ann, all in favor? We're at 6-0. I'd like to ask the students from Gardner's Avenue are going to lead us to the Pledge of Allegiance. Can everybody please stand?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Can we please have a moment of silence to remember all those serving our country at home and overseas? Thank you. Mr. Winch, am I turning the meeting over to you? Or can I recognize the art in the room?
Yeah, why don't you recognize the art? It looks pretty nice.
Yeah, the art in the room is amazing. If you have a chance, please take a look around from the art from Division Avenue High School. There's some really incredible work. There's some 3D art over there that I saw before. So if you have a couple of minutes after the meeting or another time, it's really impressive and pretty humbling to realize that children are doing this work in high school. It's incredible.
Do you see that frog over there?
Yes, it's so cute.
Yeah.
Look at that reindeer.
Right? Yeah.
Wow.
It is incredible. They do some phenomenal work. Oh, I don't think I can do that.
All right, Superintendent Winch, it's up to you now, sir.
Okay, thank you, President Messina. We are delighted to have students and staff from Gardner's Avenue Elementary School who will be presenting. Yes. Yeah. They're getting applause already, and all they did was show up. Anyway, the Gardner's Avenue School will be presenting on Google Applied Digital Skills Club. So at this time, if it works for Gardner's Avenue, we're going to have the board come on over that way, or do you want us to sit here? What would you like us to do?
Perfect.
Wait, which one? I gave you an option to go by. So if the board can just find seats in the audience, we will begin the presentation. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this over to the principal. Yes, sure. The principal of Gardner's Avenue Elementary School, Dr. Jared Vanderbeck.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jared Vanderbeck, Principal, Gardner's Avenue. We're very excited to be here tonight for our presentation for Google Applied Digital Skills Club. Before we begin, just like to take a minute to extend our gratitude to the Board of Education and our central administrative team for the dedication and leadership. Because of your support, every school in the district is able to provide such amazing opportunities for both our students in and out of the classroom. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts for making these experiences available to our incredible students. And because of these amazing opportunities, we have a very special presentation, again, the Google Applied Digital Skills Club that we started last year. And here to facilitate our presentation is Miss Erin McCall, one of our E&L teachers and our club advisor. And we are so proud of Miss McCall and all of our students in front of you here tonight. So please give them a round of applause, and we will begin our presentation momentarily.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Skylar Coquet. On behalf of the members from the Google Applied Digital Skills Club, we would like to thank the following individuals for having us here today for the Board of Education meeting. Board of Education, President Jennifer Messina, First Vice President Peggy Marangi, Second Vice President Christina Lang, Trustees Marianne Adrian, Phyllis Dalton, James Moran, Michael Papas, and Central Administration Superintendent Mr. Winch. Assistant Superintendent for Business and Finance, Mr. Fabiano. Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources, Mrs. Gadis. Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Z. As well as our community members and families.
Good evening. My name is Grace Demecki. This is my second year in Google Applied Digital Skills. We are here tonight to discuss a school activity that is more than just a club before the school day begins. It is a digital experience that allows us to be innovative and creative through technology. Here, we have the opportunity to explore Google Slides, forms, docs, sheets, drawings, and more.
Hello, my name is Naomi Jacinth, and this is my first year in Google Applied Digital Skills. The next slide is a video that highlights some activities we get to do each week with Ms. McCall.
The role of schools has changed drastically because of the use of technology. It's no longer sufficient to be just a textbook and paper classroom.
Applied Digital Skills is like a website that you go on and it'll give you a task and work you through it using videos.
At the end of the video, it's going to have like a list. Step 1, do this. Step 2, do that. So you're going to do it yourself.
Employers are looking for students that have the collaboration skills that a lot of them are not coming out of high school with. This program feeds right into that need.
I thought you were like typing like Milky Way.
Here is another video that highlights our thoughts and experiences.
Hey Grace and Braylon, I think we should chat with our audience about the awesome projects we work on in our club. I mean, what is Google Applied Digital Skills really about?
The really cool thing about our club is that Miss McCall gives us opportunity to participate in high school projects. She just adjusts them slightly so that we can explore the Google platforms through guided practice and can therefore successfully complete the task just like a middle or high school student.
This club teaches us many of the skills we will need once we leave high school. So it's pretty cool that we can say we are learning these skills in elementary school. We think critically, collaborate, and acquire organizational skills in the program.
We do a lot of fun activities in Google Applied Digital Skills Club. The video materials give me more freedom to interact with my peers and Miss McCall.
Ms. McCall gives us choices for which projects we want to do based on the Google platform we are exploring in the project.
Not only am I learning new skills on Google platform, but I am building this relationship with those who are a part of this club. We can be ourselves and have fun.
There are so many options of projects to choose from for each class session. Did you know that Google Applied Digital Skills is not only for upper elementary students?
Hi everyone, my name is Leo Pluma and I'm a 5th grader in our club. I believe that Google Applied Digital Skills will prepare me for middle school next year and beyond. As you saw in the video that we just watched, we work independently to navigate through several Google platforms, while also working collaboratively to inspire each other with our ideas. We also get to help each other with tips and tricks that we learn from either Ms. McCall or the provided videos for the projects of our choice.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Braylon Hammerman, and I'm a 4th grader in our club. I'll be sharing how we create not only creative projects, but also a digital portfolio. Ms. McCall posts all of our projects to Google Classroom. That way we can easily navigate through the projects and choose which project we want to develop.
On this slide, you will see an example of how we have the opportunity to choose which project we want to do based on the Google platform. In this example, we had 4 choices of a project using Google Slides. Once we click the link, it will lead us to the videos that we reviewed to complete the task. Some of us watch all the videos at once and then work on the project, whereas others like to watch one video at a time and complete the project step by step. The great thing about a choice board is that if I finish earlier than my friends, I can work on another project that focuses on different skills. For example, in this choice board, we use different features of Google Slides for the Create an Animation project than the Research and Innovator project.
Now it's time for us to showcase all that we learned through our awesome projects. The project displayed on the board was one I completed at the beginning of the school year. This focused on using Google Slides by creating an animation. The tutorial provided showed a sunflower blooming. However, I wanted to show off my creativity by doing something unique. Therefore, I created an animation of the sun rising and setting.
Hello, my name is Jack Temeke. Like my sister Grace, this is my second year in Google Applied Digital Skills Club with Ms. McCall. I'm very excited to show you how I completed my project using Google Slides. I decided to do the Create an Animation project like Naomi. As you see here, I made a hot air balloon float around different areas of the world. I purposely used different shapes to show how it rises and falls from place to place. This is long.
Hello, my name is Joey Julian and I'm a 5th grader, and this is also my second year in our club. Our second project focused on exploring Google Docs. The creative photo journal really appealed to me because I wanted to highlight different qualities of who I am. As you can see here, soccer is really important to me, and I wanted to include some photos of Levittown Soccer Club, which is an organization that I'm a part of.
Jack and I collaborated to complete this Google drawing together. I like that I can express myself in the projects. I learned how I can express myself digitally with the choices that we can choose from. As you can see here, we worked together to create a comic strip.
As you can see from the next few slides that we show, this is more than just a club that I attend every other Monday morning. It is a community of innovators who have the opportunity to showcase their creativity through a digital platform.
I like having this club first thing in the morning on a Monday. It is a time to spend time with my friends, old and new ones, that I make here in our club. Also, we are learning new skills with Google platforms with each other and discussing our different unique projects each session. Through our projects, I had the opportunity to see similarities between myself and some of the other students in this club, but also how we are different.
Although it may be daunting for some, I really enjoy the wrap-up of every project that we do. Ms. McCall has us rotate around the room to view our friends' projects. It's amazing to see the other ideas that my friends come up with. It also feels really good to showcase my hard work and effort from the projects I create. My favorite project I've done is when we use Google Forms. We had the opportunity to ask people questions about any topic that we wanted.
As we begin to conclude our presentation, we hope you took away some important points. Google Applied Digital Skills is not only a club, it's an opportunity for us to explore Google platforms and acquire skills that will help us in the future. It's pretty cool that I can say I know how to navigate these platforms through projects that high school students know to do.
During my last year at Gardner's Avenue, like some of the others up here presenting tonight, I wanted to share that school clubs are great opportunities for me and many others to participate in activities that I did not know would interest me until I tried them. I like how I have the ability to showcase my creativity in this club, and I get to share a lot about myself with these projects. I definitely gained more confidence in myself and discovered that I have the skills needed to collaborate with my peers and communicate ideas digitally through Google platforms.
Thank you all for your time this evening. I am so proud of the students who are part of this club. As you can see here, our 4th and 5th graders are innovators, collaborators, and leaders in their learning. I enjoy seeing their creativity through their projects, and it is so rewarding to see their accomplishments at the end of each project. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
That was fantastic, right? I think everybody agrees that was fantastic. My one of my favorite lines that I tell you I've never heard, and I've been in education for 30 years this April, is my favorite thing to do first thing on a Monday morning is go to this club. And so, like, if this is that exciting, then it is probably the best club that has ever existed. And so it really is a tribute to all of you and to all of your efforts and to the school as well. So congratulations. But it really is wonderful to see the students have an opportunity to really extend the learning that goes on in the classroom, because so many of these things, right, they start in the classroom, and then this is a club where they're able to actually then take it to the next step, and that's what you're all doing. And like many of you have said, you have now taken this and doing things that students are doing at the high school level. So I can't wait to see in several years when you're all in the high school, the great things you're going to be doing at that point. So how about another round of applause for the great work that they're doing? And we're going to do a group photo, right? So if I can have the Board of Education just come on up, and if we can just kind of center a little bit. So if you could just come on down this way, right? I guess that's probably good. And Derek, can we bring the first slide back up? Both of you? Very nice job. Excellent job. Once again, another fantastic job. I also did want to also mention that assistant principal, where is she? Mosako, right? Just wave. I did not mention that she was here as well, so I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that she was here. Fantastic assistant principal. So once again, thank you very much, everybody. One more last round of applause for our students.
Great job.
Was somebody's meeting you finally?
Yes.
Summer Jumpstart. Bye. I remember you. Take care.
Take care. Have a good night.
Thank you.
That was a good presentation.
Yes.
Bob, no basketball tonight. No, well, there is basketball. St. John's played yesterday. They look good. St. John's is looking pretty good.
I'd just like to tell everybody up here that we often think that technology and kids, they don't know how to communicate with each other in person. And watching this right here, you actually saw technology bringing them together. It's kind of cool.
I agree. It was really actually very, very nice to see. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yes. It was so profound, Mr. Pappas. I think we were trying to absorb it. But yes, no, you're right. It is nice to see we have a constant conversation about cell phones or all these kind of things, right? And now you can see that technology can be used in a way that that really does not just enhance their skills, but actually does bring them together. So, yeah. Okay. So moving on to comments and reports. As you know, we've been talking a little about regionalization, and I'm not going to belabor this because we've had a lot of conversations about it, but the Board of Regents, after our last meeting in December, did approve the ability of districts to opt in or out of the regionalization process. And so I did put on the agenda for tonight a resolution opting out of regionalization, simply based on the previous conversations we had where the board had a lot of concerns about participating. So it is right now our decision to make in regards to are we good with keeping it on the consent agenda, which means that we will approve opting out, or does the board wish to participate, which then we'd have to pull it. So Ms. Messina, if you want to take consensus from the board.
Yeah. So we're going to take consensus on on opting out, correct?
Right. Are we good with opting out?
Okay. Phyllis, Marianne, Peggy, myself, yes. Mike, James. Okay.
Okay, so then we will keep it on there to opt out, and then I will send a letter to the New York State Board of Regents by January 15th, which is the deadline. I have to put a copy, I assume, Mr. Cohen, of the resolution, because I think that was part of the, right? Yeah, in that, so. Okay, great.
Superintendent Winch, can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Of course.
If anyone's super interested in reading about the regionalization plan, you can Google regionalization plan New York State. It's on NYSED's website. That was it. It's a thrilling read.
If you can't sleep. At our December meeting as well, we talked a little bit about security, which was a continuation of our conversation from our November. We do a security update to the community twice a year. And after our discussion in November, the board had asked to have further conversations about potential enhancements. I did a brief presentation in December about different options, whether we were going to put together a community committee, or if the board was going to be a committee, or if we were just going to make a decision. And I think at the time there was some hesitation about what direction we were looking to go in. We talked about the possibility of a survey. So I guess, President Messina, I'm just going to turn it back to you to kind of get some consensus of the board about what next steps we may want to take in regards to, Derek, we're not going to use it. Okay. So if you want to just take consensus about what the direction of the board is.
Okay, sure. Just to keep everything organized, is it okay with everyone if I just kind of call everybody out by their name to make sure they have an opportunity to speak before we go forward? I think looking at security is an ongoing thing that a district has to do to make sure we have everything we have to keep our students safe and our staff safe. So I'm going to start off with Mike. Are you ready first? Or am I going out of order to see if you how you wanted to proceed? Alphabetical order? Oh, that's a lot of thinking. Oh, Marianne, thank you. I'm going by first name. You're going first. You're letting us know how you want to proceed. I know, we can look at more information gathering. We had talked about a survey. We can talk about meeting with Alteris about maybe getting more information about maybe trends that they're seeing. Just giving your input, I guess, on how to proceed in terms of your opinion on our next steps, basically.
Sure. Thank you. So I would like to see us gather more information, and in order to do that, I would like to have a few things happen. Altaris come in and do a presentation to us. I know that we were talking about, there was another presentation, Peggy, that you were mentioning.
Some of us went to
right.
At the National Conference.
School Board, right. So I do think that there is some value in us exploring the different pieces of information out there so that we can gather all the data that we need to be able to make a decision and then be able to put a survey out. I do believe that community input is valuable as well. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Phyllis, you're next. Don't worry, I'm in my head doing ABC order.
I think with such a important issue that we really need to take our time and kind of gather. I agree with Miss A. I think we need to gather more information and really take it slow. I don't think it's anything I'm glad that we didn't vote on anything last meeting, because I think we need to really be more versed in what data and what options are out there. So I'm in favor of that too. I'm not going to repeat what she said. I like those things.
All right,
you don't
sounds
need to repeat
good.
it.
Christina, I believe you're next in the alphabet.
I'm in the data gathering information.
Thanks for your succinct answer. Oh, now there's a lot of M's here. M-O-M-E-M-A. Peggy. Sorry.
Yeah, I can understand certainly the importance of gathering the data. I think what's most important too is besides gathering the data, is informative, like Marianne had mentioned, an informative presentation to the parents, because I think a lot of us have been going to a lot of these presentations by, Homeland Security and the Secret Service. But I'm sure a lot of our community does not know, what's out there, what we have, what we don't have, and stuff like that. So it's not, to me, it's not just the data gathering, it's the informative part to our community. And, get this done as soon as we possibly can, just the informative part.
Okay, great, thank you. Am I next?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you going to ask yourself?
Yes. Well, should I go last?
No.
President Messina, please
you.
let us know your thoughts.
Thanks. I guess it just echoes what everybody else was saying. I think the advances in technology is something we need to look at. And I think like a lot of people here went to conventions, so they got to see presentations. So that should factor in. And I like the idea what Peggy shared about information sharing with parents, so they have a greater understanding of what's out there. Parents have a lot on their plates as it is, but we want to be able to offer them as much information as we're subject to and make sound decisions based on that. Go ahead, Peggy.
Yeah, I was going to say, I agree with you, Ms. Messina, is to have the parents be able to make an informed decision as to, the latest information and what's out there.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. And then James?
I too would like to see some more information gathered and, to sit down with Altaris and with the board and to discuss other options, but to get the community involved and, the more information and data that we can obtain would help us to make a conscious and feasible decision for the safety of our students and our employees.
Thank you very much. Well said. Mr. Pappas, now it's really your turn.
On here, I'm very proud of the security measures we've taken and adopted in this district. I think we're very proactive as a board and central office team, looking out for the security and safety of not just our students, but our employees and staff, everybody that walks into these buildings. This district is very forward-thinking and very safety-minded and proactive. That's another good thing. I also believe we need to seek out, discuss, and analyze all options that are available for security and the safety of our students, our people, our staff, and anyone who walks in the building once again. There are additional technological aspects that we could look into. And I also think that before we implement anything similar to a firearm policy or metal detector policy, it needs to be researched, get guidance from the police department, listen to our community. All these inputs are needed before we do anything like that. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Does everybody feel like they've gotten their voices heard here? Oh, I'm sorry. I tried to be on mic. I would like to say, as a board, I think it's important that we all look at this like holistically. And I feel like as a school board, this is a strength of ours, and central administration is helpful in supporting that. And I appreciate your patience with us and kind of supporting our looking at everything, all the angles, and making an informed, like fiscally responsible decision that's best for students and our staff. So thank you.
So then, just so I can kind of plan a path forward for the future, do you think it makes sense then to work with Altaris to have them maybe come and do a presentation in February on basically I guess my question, I'm trying to figure out what information does the board want to have first, right? Because I know there was mentions about Altaris, there were mentions about presentation that we saw over at the New York State School Boards Association. That's where it was, right? New York State one?
Yeah.
The police department, like what would the board like to hear from first?
Okay, I know Peggy, you wanted to speak. I think you had your hand up, and
Yeah.
Mike also, right? I just want to make sure I didn't miss anyone.
I think it's twofold. I think, I wouldn't want to really report out for what we've learned from the Homeland Security and social and Homeland Security, just because of the sensitivity of it and making sure that we're presenting correct information. But I would like to see us report directly from that curriculum, the binder that they gave us has all the facts, and maybe do a summary of that to the parents so they're just as informed as we are. And then I also would like it to be, like you said, very, very informative, probably presented by Altaris as to what all of the safety features that we have here right now, and another overview. Doesn't hurt to, go over it again. And then the other items that might be, like Mike said, and Jen, Marion, we all said, what's available out there and what a lot of the people are using. So I think it's like threefold, so it's very comprehensive.
Yeah, no,
That's
I agree.
it.
I just wrote comprehensive, actually. Mike, you were next, and I think Marianne wanted to also.
I think Altaris is a huge resource for us. They can tell us what's going on in other districts, what works, what might not work that well, what would benefit our district as opposed to a different size district, a smaller amount of building district. We do need police input as well. I had something else to say, but I forgot it, so maybe when someone else talks, I can get it back.
All right. Marianne, do you want to go next?
Sure. So I agree with what Peggy and Mike were saying. I think it's really important for Altaris to be able to share with us. For me, the bottom line is for them to share what they think would be the most beneficial pathway for us to provide the optimal safety for everybody in the schools. And I think with what Mike said, that what works for some might not work for us. So it shouldn't just be a cookie cutter, presentation of here's what's available to you. It should be based on what we see in your buildings. We think this would be the most beneficial.
Okay. And then Christina, do you want to add anything?
I think Peggy's mentioned this before, but really to also have a focus on threat assessment and what that means, and the prevention. And there's so much data out there about threats that have happened and the patterns, and to really have that information presented in whatever capacity so everybody can understand how to best prevent them.
Thank you. Phyllis, did you want to add anything? I wasn't sure.
Just that I think Altaris will probably know where our weak spots are, so I think that we should absolutely use them as a source. What's going to be our weak spot might not be in other districts. I agree with that. But that's their job. So I think we should definitely use them as best we can.
Okay. Go ahead, Mike.
As many of you guys know, the board goes to state conventions, national conventions, and we do go into a lot of security, safety seminars. And you do pick up a lot of knowledge, what's going on elsewhere in the country. This might work for our similar district. We're talking California, it might work very well for us. What's working upstate might not work for us. A lot of regional factors involved here. But I think that us doing that is a good thing. We learn and we're able to discuss them better as well, open-minded. And I say this all the time. This is a caveat. We have to be right 100% of the time. The bad guy only has to be right once. And it's our job to be ever vigilant for our student, staff, and community.
Yeah, Phyllis.
I know that it's a lot of talk about, shooters or stuff like that, but there's other threats too. I lived through it in a building where I worked, and an intruder came in, and there were no guns involved, there were no violence, but it totally changed the entire building to really, like for years and years. So it doesn't have to be something violent. It could be something lewd. And I lived through it, and it was just a horrible, horrible time. So it's, it's not always just the one kind of threat that we think about. We think about violence. It's also, other things too. So I think that, there might be other holes, and this happened because simply a person left a door ajar and someone got in. So they were getting it was, an organization, they were getting a delivery and somebody did not pull the door. And life as we all knew it changed so drastically. So it's like a little thing, Just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, Mike. Your mic.
Sorry, one of the seminars, I can't remember who I went with, but I know I was there, so I think it might have been Todd. And they were talking about all the elaborate measures you take in a school district to make things safe. And one of the tests they do during these simulations is door checks, door knocks. And you could have the bulletproof doors, pick-proof locks, whatever it might be. But the knock on the door from the principal during this thing, the people would open the door up. I think it was about 60% of the time they opened the door up, and the fake shooter was standing behind the principal, telling him to knock on that door. So it's a lot of training needs to go on as well with students and staffs, and just almost like the fire drills we had when we were kids. And no one wants. I remember back in the day we had air raid drills, hide under your desk, like that was going to do something for an atomic bomb. But the bottom line is, you want to get the kids used to walking out to safety, walking into a hallway to safety, staying in the classroom for safety, whatever it might be. They can't be afraid to react, and the staff has to be the same way. They have to react in a way that's going to keep the maximum amount of people safe. That's training.
Yeah, and just adding to what Mike just said, I know in a training going back many years when I was a principal, the training is done that we're taught right away, and this came from the Nassau BOCES training, was that unless somebody opens your door with a key, you do not open that door. Exactly. That's not, that's out there, but people just don't get it sometimes. So I think there's a lot of reiteration that has to be done, often.
And it can be done. We can do it.
We have about almost like 10,000 people like within our district buildings, right, on any given day. Yeah. It's a lot of people that are we're thinking about when we're making decisions and looking into things like this. So I appreciate everyone's input. Thank you.
Thank you.
So then what I'll do is I'll kind of take your comments and then come up with kind of a plan for February, and I'll just include it in the weekly report about like, this is what I'm thinking, and that way you can kind of just get some feedback, and then maybe we can just finalize that at the next meeting. I mean, it sounds like really the first thing maybe would be to have Altaris come, and maybe they can talk, because obviously since some of it's sensitive, some of it might take place in exec, but they can then do a public presentation on kind of where we've gone over the years, and then, like what things are that they're seeing, because they're nationwide, in other places that might have a similar profile to our district and the things we've already put in place.
Okay. Yeah, because I think also the needs are changing, right? I'm sorry, Peggy, you can definitely go. Since COVID, like things are changing, so it's important for us to reassess and do this. And I think if Altaris is able to talk to us about the sensitive stuff, kind of, in an exec, and then we can come out here and do a presentation for the public, that would be helpful. Peggy?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it's very important that, and I know we all do, is that the presentation, just being honest, we don't have a good turnout at our board meetings. So we can put it on our website, and we could say there's going to be a presentation, but if we really want to get a true sampling of what our community feels about this, just my personal opinion, I think that Altaris should go to buildings and have a night of presentation and security, maybe for the high schools, another one for the middle schools, and then another one for all elementary schools, and really publicize that. So we have a good sampling of our population that want to know, what we're doing and how we're doing it and what's already here in place and stuff like that.
Thinking like a public information roadshow.
Something like almost like we do the budget presentations, but it doesn't have to be 10, 11 schools. It could be just according to
like 3 different
levels.
Presentations, but at least ensure like the primary and then middle and high school are getting the information they need.
I like that idea, Peggy.
Todd, did you get all that?
Yes, I
You're
did.
writing ferociously. I just want to make sure.
I did, yeah.
Thank you. It's my SAT word of the week. No, you're fine, but
I'm
it's
still on,
you're
right?
still
It's
on.
me?
It's still your
Okay.
bullet on here.
So, okay, yes, it is my bullet. That's, I guess, the wrong word for this conversation. Sorry. On the piece of paper, yeah. Okay, so I'll put that all together and then send it off to the board for your direction. Tonight, we also have, we are in the beginning of our budget deliberations. So the budget process did start well before tonight. It really starts in October, November. while the district enters in all the information. But tonight we have the first official presentations. Mr. Fabiano will be presenting the first draft of the budget. I am going to put a whole bunch of disclaimers out before Mr. Fabiano starts talking. And then once he is done, we're going to move on to our facilities and operation budget presentation by the Director of Facilities, Craig Camerata. But just remember, just to kind of like remind people about how our budget process works, is that this is the preliminary budget. And so there'll be a lot of presentations between now and the end of March when we adopt. There will be a lot of reports, both done publicly as well as also shared with the board. We do try to do this pretty much by department, which means that like this week, we're going to be focusing between now and the next meeting on the facilities department. So you'll get some reports in email about the different codes and what's up and what's not. But just realize that this is the very first iteration of the budget, which means that it's at the highest percent that it will be during this process. It's a little bit higher than last year because we do have a placeholder in there for funding depending upon how the conversations on security goes. And so obviously if we don't put anything in the budget, we won't be able to do anything. So there has to be at least money put in there now. It sounds to me that we'll probably have an idea by March before we adopt as to what we might or might not do. So we'll be able to make those adjustments at that time. Like I said, so I was going to say to try to kind of hold the questions tonight to either information in Mr. Fabiano's timeline about the process or on the facilities presentation. And then if you see things, because you have the whole budget in your binder, obviously try to hold off on questions on other areas that are not going to be talked about tonight till we get to those conversations. All right, because the numbers will change probably pretty drastically between now and those conversations. So without any further ado, Mr. Fabiano.
Thank you, Superintendent Winch. Yes, you are correct. This process did start immediately following the closing of the books, and so we've been at this now for almost 2 months, and this is the first draft. And it really starts with, I think I started this with the same statement last year. Many people think of the budget as an accounting document. You see the appropriation status report. There's a lot of numbers, a lot of codes on there, but it really is much more than just an accounting document. It really is a policy statement of the Board of Education. It sets priorities and it sets goals for the coming year, both for the upcoming 2025-26 fiscal year and beyond, as part of projects that we want to accomplish in our strategic plan. The budget obviously needs to support the educational mission of the district. It needs to provide for a safe and welcoming environment for both our students and staff. We seek to operate efficiently and maintain fiscal integrity, and we are also cognizant of the taxpayer, and we will be presenting a tax cap compliant budget in light of that. So as we move to and look at the budget calendar, we've been at work since before the new year, and now that brings us up to tonight, where we're presenting the first draft, and that'll be followed by the facilities and operations budget a little later tonight. At our next meeting, we'll be presenting the transportation budget. There's approximately 10 presentations that we'll be going through over the next couple of months, and that'll all culminate in March, at the end of March, when the board adopts the budget, which is then that budget that is presented for the voters, to the voters in May for a vote. February is really where it becomes interesting, because we then start to look at not only the appropriation side of the budget, but we start to look at the revenue side as well. So there are really two components. There's our tax cap calculation, which we still need some information on, as well as the state aid figures. Generally speaking, the state aid figures are due out by the end of January, so we're hopeful that that's on time and we're able to incorporate those numbers into our February 5th presentation, which really then sets up the spending limit, because as previously stated, we will stay below the tax cap limit. And then in March, it's followed by really when we get into the instructional area side of the budget. Curriculum and instruction and special education is in early March, and then that's followed by staffing and enrollment. We also present a reserve and fund balance plan, and we'll be talking in depth about our 5-year capital plan. At that point, I'd like to review the projects that are underway, those timelines, and then seeking input from the board in terms of setting the next set of priorities for our capital plan. April and May, after the budget is adopted by the board on March 20th, the remainder of the time is really mechanical in terms of what we do in the business office, filing a lot of documents with SED and the state controller's office. And then scheduled on May 7th is our budget hearing. We do ask for public comment at that time, and then the budget vote is scheduled for the third Tuesday in May, as it always is, and our polls are open from 7 a.m. To 8 p.m. So, what are we still waiting on right now? Well, I did mention that we do need some input for the tax levy limit. We need the consumer price index as reported by the state controller. We need the building aid numbers, and that will allow us to set the tax levy limit. We need the state aid projections, foundation aid, the expense-based aids, and this will be a really interesting year. As many of you know, the Rockefeller Institute did publish their findings over the summer, their tour of seeking school and community input, and it'll be interesting to see what changes are made to the foundation aid formula out of the executive's office. But it's really hard to gauge. I think one of the things that we saw last year was that the governor had proposed some changes to the foundation aid formula prior to the Rockefeller Institute study being released, and one of the areas was in the elimination of the hold harmless. Now, I'm happy to say that won't affect the Levittown School District because our enrollment has remained constant, relatively stable. But the hold harmless provision will affect those districts where enrollment has declined. The legislature overrode that and felt that schools didn't have enough time to adjust for that, and so what we're likely to see is some type of phase-in of the hold harmless, and they're talking about potentially a 5-year phase-in for something like that. So I think there's going to be a lot of really interesting things that come out of the governor's proposal. It's a little early to really, try to start to quantify that, and it is hopefully just about 4 weeks away. So that's a really big component of how we know where we need to be. And other things, we had to make certain assumptions at this point. We still don't have all the BOCES numbers, so we estimate a 4 to 5% increase in most of the BOCES lines, as is generally recommended. Although we've also been advised by BOCES that the transportation services that they provide, we can expect approximately a 30% increase in transportation services through BOCES. That's already factored into this budget, so when you see that bottom line increase, know, as the superintendent said, we've gone very conservative with every number. This is the highest it could possibly be. What we will begin to do is whittle away at that to get to the tax cap. We just don't know what that number is at this point. I'm sorry, Mike, could you? The contracts have expired. They rebid them, and they're just coming up. These are the results that they've gotten. A 30% increase, which really is not much different when what we're seeing on the private side of things. We're also experiencing tremendous increases from our contractors as well, and that's when they can provide the service. So it's difficult.
And I just wanted to mention that, as much as we do talk a lot about the difficulties in regards to hiring our own drivers, we really are very lucky to have our own transportation department, not just because of the fact that it is wonderful to have our own folks driving for us and gives us a lot of flexibility in regards to what we want to do, but it is much more cost effective for us to have our own transportation department. As you can see, these numbers since the end of the pandemic, these numbers for contracted routes continue to just explode, and really it is our increases would be astronomical if we did not have our own transportation department. And so it really is important for us to recognize that most districts don't. Most districts now contract out for everything, and imagine our transportation being hit with a 30% increase across the board. I don't even know. We'd probably have to pierce the cap. So it is very good that we do have, as much as we struggle with maintaining our number of drivers, it really is a life-saving for us in many different ways.
Thank you. Finally, we save the staffing projections to the end because we can use the latest and greatest enrollment estimates for the coming school year, and that allows us to staff accordingly. So that is usually the last presentation of the budget season. And moving on, I think I mentioned a lot of this. We funded everything, any proposed district initiatives, including but not limited to any security enhancements that may be discussed. Because as the superintendent mentioned, you can decide to do something, but if it's not funded, it makes it difficult to do. You either have to eliminate something else. So we're providing for that now. And again, these numbers will be tweaked based upon what our revenue projections will be. So here's where we stand. We adopted a budget last year of a little over $261 million. Right now, we stand at $278 million. It's a $17 million increase, or 6.52%. And obviously, that number will have to come down. I wouldn't even venture to guess how much it has to come down unless somebody wants to ask that question. So, other than that, I'm just gonna open it up to any questions that you may have right now. I appreciate that.
Mike, did you want to go first? Mr. Pappas. I'm just going to put the lights on so we wake up.
All right, the microphone's on. Where was my question here? For Hold Harmless, what is the enrollment change? Is it percentage? Is it a number that would cause you to have to worry that you're going to lose aid?
Yeah, we don't have to worry. If anything, it was slightly up. I don't know if there's a hard and fast number, but there are districts who have experienced significant declines in enrollment, and because of the Hold Harmless provision, they're getting aid on students that don't exist, and so the state is proposing to readjust to that. And not have a Hold Harmless for enrollment declines. The Governor Hochul proposed that in her budget initially, and the legislature overrode that and said that they would seek to get input from the Rockefeller Institute, which they now have. And my best guess is that it will be revisited in the state budget again, but most of the talk is about some type of phase-in, whether it's over 5 years. So if you've experienced an enrollment decline of, say, 10%, you would your foundation aid would be reduced over a 5-year period, say 20% in the first year, 40%, so that you had time to adjust and adapt to that. And the state's rationale is we're not giving you money for students that no longer exist.
If I understand correctly, obviously there is a per pupil kind of basis to foundation aid, correct?
There is.
So the way that Hold Harmless works is that pretty much you're guaranteed to not receive less state aid next year than you did this year, correct?
That is correct.
Regardless of your enrollment. But from a theoretical standpoint, I think most people understand that if the formula is based upon enrollment, then your aid would change depending on your enrollment. So really, but that Hold Harmless has been there, I think, forever, right? Since the beginning?
So yes.
And what's that? Pretty much, right? From forever.
Yeah.
And so districts have lost substantial enrollment over the years, but have never lost aid. So the problem is, how do you address that now without really causing major issues? Like Mr. Fabiano mentioned, our enrollment has been around 7,200 for many years now. In fact, if you saw Newsday did an article on enrollment drops, and I think we dropped about 1 to 2% over 10 years. There are districts that have dropped 30%. And so now you're talking about that they're receiving, once again, theoretically, 30% more money than they probably should based upon the formula. You can't make that change in 1 year. They all would have to pierce the tax cap, and I don't know what they would do. So there's two pieces here, right? There is the phasing in of the less state aid they're going to get over a certain amount of time. And then once that's done, my assumption would be that your aid is simply going to be based upon your enrollment. And if that changes from 1 year to the next, you will get a little bit less 1 year, a little bit more the next year. But luckily for us, that is not something that we have to really, worry about. What we had to, confront last year was the fact that they changed the inflation number that they used, the CPI, right? That number in regards to state aid.
That's
so
correct.
we did not get all the money we were entitled to because they changed that number in the formula, which affected everybody. But that was the only money that but it was sizable. What was it, about $400,000 or $500,000?
Yeah. In the governor's proposal, we were down by about 800,000. We made the assumption that the legislature would fully restore that, and they went somewhere in between. So we were down by adopting the budget before the legislature finalized those numbers. We had over budgeted state aid by about $400,000 or $500,000. Now I'm happy to say that we've already made up that and then some in some other revenue lines. For example, our interest earnings line, we did not go that aggressive because the thought process was that rates were going to come down much more quickly than they have, and we've already exceeded that, and we've already made up for the state aid. So, but the point is that it's the assumptions that we make sometimes, we may want to think in the future about waiting for the legislative numbers to come out, but that generally doesn't happen until early April, and we've already adopted our budget.
So with the last, threatened plan of elimination of Hold Harmless last year, was there a guideline on it? So if Levittown lost 5 students a building, which would give you 50, is that
No. They're talking about significant orders of magnitude.
But,
I know.
But is there a number, a percentage?
I'll try to find out if there are guidelines there. But no, you're talking about schools that have lost 30% of their student population that are still getting the full amount of aid. I know when I live in Plainview. When I attended school in Plainview, at its height, I think Plainview had about 8,000 students. Now I know they've gone up a little since then, but last I looked, they were at about 5,000 students. So that's like the type of order of magnitude where you've lost thousands of students, not like 3 or 4 in a building and maybe 50 district wide. That's not really. Now it may have some impact because again it's formula driven. But we're talking about significant reductions to some districts because of significant losses of enrollment. Fortunately, that's not the case for us.
But they have not given enough.
Okay, thank you.
Peggy?
Yeah, I'm just curious, with the students that we go to different schools, not private schools, but that the district pays for, that goes to special schools, do we get the funding for those students?
Yes, we do. They are aidable. both in the private schools as well as the BOCES schools. We do get aid on that.
So that's state approved schools? Is that what okay, just want to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No. But they are relatively few and far between. I don't believe they're considered unenrolled. I just know that we can't get state aid back on that. But I don't know. I have to find out about the.
But they would still be considered, and if they're considered enrolled in our district,
Yeah.
we're getting theoretically we're still getting aid, like foundation aid.
The
for them.
foundation aid.
We're just not getting
yes,
payment
just not
for.
what they.
So
call,
we're getting that base.
They call it excess cost aid. So we'll get aid. We'll get the base foundation aid on them. But any student that costs us more than 3 times the average student, we get aid on that. But we don't get it on the non-state approved schools. But like I said, it is few and far between.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Fabiano.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fabiano, do you want to? Do you want to turn this now on over to Mr. Camerata?
I wanted to recognize Ms. Dolacek, our district treasurer, who has been a really big part of this budget process, as well as the rest of the business office. Just want to give her a shout out there.
So just as a quick introduction, no, it's fine. We've done a lot of facilities presentations over the last so many years because we do, or last couple of months, because of all the work that we're doing, because of our capital projects. So I want to just thank Mr. Camerata as well as his entire team. I saw Tommy Williams out here, so thank you so much for being here as well. We have a phenomenal facilities team here with all the work that we get done. It really is incredible, but I will not bore everybody else. So, Mr. Camerata, the floor is yours.
Thank you for having me. Happy New Year, everybody. I'm happy to be here to present our 2025-26 budget for facilities. Let's start off with our first slide. I have some slides to go through, some points of pride, and then I'll get to the numbers, and then I'll be available for any questions. So first off, as always, our department goals are to provide a clean, safe, and comfortable environment that is conducive to teaching, working, and learning. I used to just say conducive to learning, but honestly, student performance is obviously, our main priority, but we also want everyone that works in our buildings and goes to our buildings to be comfortable, feel safe, and feel that, it's an environment that they want to be in. Our next goal, maintain and reduce operating costs through the use of new technologies, preventative maintenance, and conservation. We want to continue to provide a high level of service and efficiency in the maintenance and repair of our transportation and motor vehicle fleet. And this year, we're going to be coordinating and completing the 2025 New York State mandated lead water testing and the AHERA triennial inspections. I'll get into those 2 inspections a little bit later in the presentation. And coordinate and complete the NYSED approved capital projects, replace and upgrade aging infrastructure as identified in our 5-year capital plan. Many of those projects are currently underway. So our district facility, just a little bit of information to start off with. We have 14 school buildings. 11 school buildings are used by the Levittown community for their students. 3 buildings are leased out. 29 non-instructional structures. Those are like pump houses, sheds, storage containers, things of that nature. 192 acres of grounds, so it's a lot. 633 classrooms. Just under 1.3 million square feet of building space. And as Ms. Messina pointed out earlier, you were right on it. Approximately 10,000 people visit our buildings every day. That's students, staff, and visitors. Just some points of pride. This is a big one, the bottle filler project. We've been working on this. We did a lot of these over the summer. Our department continues to replace outdated water fountains with new bottle filler stations. Once installed, all locations must be tested and meet the new lead water standards of 5 parts per. It's actually 5 parts per billion. That should be. It's not an M, so it should be a B, or less. 14 units installed this past summer, Additional 8 have been installed since school began. All the work is completed by our buildings and grounds staff. I could tell you that these are challenging to install. They're not easy to install. Basically what it is, you have an old outdated water fountain. We take that off the wall. In many cases, the drain, the water supply is not in the same place that it needs to be for the new bottle filler. So our guys have to make those modifications. And also the old water fountains didn't have electric. Basically, you know, the water that you got out of them was the chilled water that was in the domestic water system of the school. These offer chilled water and they're fully filtered. And each, like I said, each one has to be tested before they're put into service. So far, no failures.
Just want to make a comment that between after the air conditioners,
Yes.
these are the most popular items that I get
Yes.
feedback on about how excited people are when they see these bottle fillers show up.
Yes.
Because it seems sometimes like overnight, where all of a sudden they come in the next day and there's a bottle filler. So just thank you, because it really does bring, as much as it's a good thing for people, it brings a lot of joy, and joy is important in the world today.
It also tells you how many water bottles like you're not using. Like
It
in
actually
the upper
tells you on the
right-hand
machine.
corner where that light
Yep.
is, it tells you how many you're saving.
It tells you on the unit
You're going to
itself.
be green and not
Yep.
even know it.
And we're trying to stay ahead of it because this year we do have to do, like as I said, the lead water testing. We have to do that every 5 years. And the standards have changed a bit. When we did this 5 years ago, I wasn't with the district, but the standard was 15 parts per billion. Now it's been reduced to 5 parts per billion. So it's going to be even more challenging. I'll get into this a little bit later. Some more points of pride is I had this in my summer project presentation, but I wanted to continue it here, is painting, and more painting. This building that you see right here, that's Salk Middle School in those pictures there. You see the staircase on the left and then the hallway on the right. I think at this point we've painted probably half the building, and it's stunning. It really is amazing to see. If you ever have the opportunity to go visit Salk, it's an amazing transformation that's going on there. I give a big shout out to obviously our buildings and ground staff, and to Bill Jennings, the new head custodian there, that took over for Tom Dewey, doing a phenomenal job.
That's the best that building's looked probably since it's been built.
I was just going to say, Mr. Pappas,
absolutely.
you've got to say something about this. This is your favorite place to talk
Mr.
about.
Pappas, I put that staircase on there just for you because I wanted you to see that. You got to go over and see it. It's really nice.
Fantastic looking. Congratulate the guys on the work.
Thank you. Points of pride, the MacArthur Family and Consumer Science Room is just about complete. Just a couple of punch list items here. The room is being used currently by the staff there. Really came out nicely. Just a few extra cabinets that the staff approached me about putting in, and maybe another piece of appliance equipment. So we're going to do that for them. It won't interfere with the operation in the room at all. That'll all be done at night. Won't take long. And as soon as this is all wrapped up, I believe Mr. Fabiano has a food cook-off challenge over there. I think we're all supposed to be invited to that. So
we are going to do a ribbon cutting ceremony, and we're going to do an episode of Chopped. So we're going to have both staff and students participate, and I know I'll win.
All right.
Mr. Fabiano is an excellent cook. I've had his was the baby lamb chops. Is that what you do? They're very good. Yeah.
Wow. All right.
And crab cakes. I think you brought crab cakes to a dinner here.
Okay, another point of pride is the all-purpose athletic suite that we completed right here at Memorial. This room is, again, pretty much done. Just a couple of punch list items, some doors to install. This room also is currently being used. I put the picture on the right there of the lockers because when we first started off with this project, one of the biggest expenses that we were going to face was installing lockers in the room. Rather than buy new lockers, we had these lockers in the hallway at Memorial that weren't being used. Perfect shape. We repurposed them, put them in here. Our guys built the frame around and painted it. Saved us a ton of money. We were able to put that money elsewhere into the room. I know a lot of you attended the ribbon cutting for this earlier this year. One thing that you might notice in these pictures that wasn't there when you originally attended was if you see the boxes up on the wall, that's the sound system that we put in there. That's a professional sound system. So if cheerleaders are in there doing a routine, they'll have music they could play. I think the room is also used for some of the adult ed programs. It's a big hit. It's a big hit. Everyone seems to like the space. There you go. Great for Zumba.
I would add the entire room was done without taxpayer dollars. This was a grant from Senator Thomas, so he was also recognized at the ribbon cutting ceremony. So,
yes. All right, moving on. We're looking at the solar carports, part of our energy performance project. This is MacArthur High School and Gardners Avenue. These two solar carports are pretty much finished. They're not online. None of them are working yet, but that's pretty much the structure that you're going to see. It's a pretty big one. The MacArthur one is pretty large, covers most of the lot. Gardners Avenue, not so much. I also have the carports at Memorial, Summit, and Abbey. Memorial's on the left-hand side there. You can see it's under construction. The upper right is Summit. That one's pretty much done. And Abbey below that, you have the footings sticking out of the concrete right there, the asphalt surface. They're working on that. And they're currently working on the same over at Wisdom. And Division is a little further along, similar to MacArthur with their carport. Some other things we did. New goalposts were installed on the football field over at Division. You may recall we installed new goalposts at MacArthur first over the summer. We were getting close to the end of the summer when we did MacArthur, and there was actually an issue when we put one of the goalposts in with the footing. We chose not to install them at Division because we were getting so close to football season. We didn't want to do anything that would impact the playability of the field, so we held off until football season was over. Once it was, we got those goalposts in. They look great. Also, on the upper right there, we have the Welcome to Division sign that we put on the back of the scoreboard. Makes the entrance to that area a little more appealing to the community.
Can I just thank you so much for all of you who finally got that done? I know that I said finally low. I got outed over here. It does make a difference. I saw it. It's beautiful, and it's very welcoming, and it's better than the back, so good job. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. In the bottom right, you'll see that's an exterior AED. We install them at every single building. Each one has one located outside, and they're in weatherproof cabinets. Those cabinets are also heated, and they're also cooled in the summer, so there'll never be any effects of the weather on the units inside. The units inside communicate wirelessly. If God forbid it ever needs to be used, we'll get alerts about that. Thank you. This was real popular, one of my last presentations, so I decided to do it again. For our turf fields, we have to do what's called a GMAX test on these fields every year, and that's a shock attenuation test, basically to measure the impact resistance of a fall or an athlete falling or being hit. And basically, those numbers need to be below 200. We have our fields professionally groomed 6 times a year. And you can see that the test average for MacArthur is right at 143, Division's 141. These fields were installed in 2018, so they're doing very, very well. And although you can't really see it from the font, the testing company wrote in the wording there that both the fields are in very, very good shape. So some of our planned initiatives for 25-26, obviously we're going to continue with the replacement of the existing water fountains that we just spoke about earlier. We're going to complete the New York State lead water testing district-wide. That's mandated. We have to do that every 5 years, and we have to meet that new standard of 5 parts per billion down from 15 parts per billion. So we're going to see, we're anticipating some other, water station outlets that we'll have to take out of service, but we're trying to stay ahead of that. And, we kind of know where they are already, and we're going to hit those units first and replace those units first. We're going to complete and coordinate, obviously, the mandated New York State AHERA triennial inspection. AHERA is an acronym that stands for Asbestos Hazard Emergency Response Act, and that's basically how we govern the asbestos materials that are in our buildings. Our buildings have to be inspected by law every 3 years. They come in. It's a pretty in-depth inspection. They go through pretty much every crevice of the building that there is. Additionally, we do 6-month surveillances for asbestos in our buildings. Every 6 months that's done. But the 3-year triennial is really the big one. And that's also where we update our asbestos management plan, and any abatements that we've done over those 3 years will get added into the plan, and everything gets updated. Yes?
Are you still allowed to cover asbestos tiles in the floor with non-asbestos tiles, or no?
You can. It's not something I recommend. I don't recommend ever going over a floor. People put carpeting over it. It just makes it more challenging when you need to really replace it. So if you put a non-asbestos floor over these old floor tiles, at some point if you want to replace that, now you have to take up 2 layers of tile. Same thing with carpet. Carpet's typically glued down. If you try to pull up a glued down carpet on these asbestos tiles, you just pull them up. And then you have to abate it. Definitely something I strongly advocate. Anytime I'm doing a floor replacement with asbestos tiles, I like to do the abatement.
But aren't most of our floors covered?
Some are, but some aren't. There's a fair amount of asbestos floor tiles in our buildings, but it's not unsafe. They've been down for many years. Asbestos floor tile are a non-friable substance, meaning that in asbestos language, so to speak, non-friable means that you can't pulverize it in your hand under normal hand pressure, and it becomes a fine airborne dust. You can't do that with floor tile. You could crush it up. It'll form small parts, but it won't be released into the air like that. If you grind it or drill into it or saw cut it, that's when you would have problems.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to complete the fire alarm and PA replacement at all the buildings. That project's currently underway. Lee Road, Summit Lane, and Northside are nearing completion. We're looking to bring those systems online probably over the February break. We're waiting on we have to have an inspection done by the fire marshal. They actually come out. They'll walk the building with the installing contractor, make sure everything was done to code. If they find anything, the installing contractor will obviously have to rectify that before they can bring the building online. And that's before they can decommission the old systems too. The old systems have to stay online before the new one can go on. We're going to complete the security infrastructure upgrades. This includes the card in, card out readers that we've been working on, additional cameras, door ajar notification, the one-button lockdown system with the blue strobes, the multi-purpose, as I mentioned, the multi-purpose athletic room at Memorial is nearly complete, just waiting for a few items. Again, the room is fully functional. It won't impact the use of the room when we finish those last little things. And on to some of our capital projects that are underway: new roofing, masonry repairs, floor tile replacement. That's all happening at Wisdom, Division, and Abbey. Wisdom's also having locker room renovations, obviously the new artificial turf athletic field, tennis courts, and the stadium lighting. All these projects have been publicly bid, and we're awaiting the architect's final review of the contractors. That they have to vet them out and make sure that they adhere to all the insurance requirements and that they have the experience to complete these projects.
I got a question.
Sure.
Under the capital improvement, are we planning on doing any of the solar panels over at transportation yard?
No.
We're not doing it there.
No solar plan there at current.
How come?
That the EPC was designed several years ago. They didn't include that area. There's a few areas that they didn't include, but I think the real reason is that when they develop that, they kind of do a study on how much they could really save in energy, and obviously the school buildings themselves are the biggest users of energy. Although the transportation site is big and has a lot going on over there, I don't believe that it uses anywhere near the power that one of our school buildings does.
Well, you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah, I know.
You know where I'm going.
I know where you're
Don't
going.
bring up electric buses, Jimmy.
Okay, all right. We'll discuss it at
Okay.
When you make lunch
I know,
for me. When you make lunch.
Yeah.
I got you. Continuing on our planned initiatives, obviously the family and consumer science room, I spoke about that, just about complete. We'll continue to coordinate and implement the energy performance project. We're talking about the solar canopies, but there's actually several other components to that. And as in the next sentence there, as part of the EPC, several of our buildings have already converted over from fluorescent lighting to LED lighting, both on the interior and exterior. So we're hoping for a dramatic increase in the exterior safety lighting. And once that's completed, we'll do another survey. We'll go around, see if it's adequate, and if it's not, we'll add fixtures where we need to. The interior lighting has already made a dramatic change. If you walk through some of the buildings, it's we've actually had some people say it's almost too bright, but it's the quality of light is better, and obviously the energy savings going from fluorescent to LED.
We were over at Abbey
significant.
Lane recently, and I guess it was replacing the gymnasium there.
Yes.
And it is incredible.
Yep.
And everybody was talking about how wonderful it is that you can.
Yeah.
It really is literally night and day.
Yep.
I just couldn't help. It really is though night and day.
As part of our capital projects, we're also going to be doing some playground improvements, some playground replacements. We've already ordered playgrounds for East Broadway and Lee Road. We're expecting them to arrive sometime in the spring. and then we'll go from there with the rest of the buildings. And also partnering with a rebate program through PSE&G, we've installed EV charging stations at MacArthur, Salk, Division, and Wisdom. Wisdom is not finished, and I don't believe any of them are actually online yet, but they're very close. Yes.
The new playgrounds they're putting, are they the inclusive ones?
Yes.
So,
yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, designed by the architect to be inclusive, cover the age ranges, and also the safety surfacing. In a lot of our playgrounds, we have like the mulch. It's called FIBAR. It's for fall protection. We're not going to do that at the new ones. We're going to be installing. It's actually like an artificial turf. Almost looks like grass. That's like the real popular thing now, and it holds up a lot better. The mulch breaks down over time. Once it gets wet, it remains wet. The kids go out and play in it. They come in all wet. Their clothes are dirty. So we want to get away from that.
Some of us over here grew up with
nothing.
Monkey bars, steel slides.
I know.
Steel.
The all metal slide, and it was like 150
And if you're
degrees.
lucky, you had the tar underneath the monkey bars, to cushion your fall.
We did.
So I never did them.
One last thing we did over in the Buildings and Grounds Complex, I was able to partner with a paint recycling program called Paint Care and Clean Harbors. We had over 600 gallons of old paint over at the Buildings and Grounds Complex that, getting rid of paint at a school is difficult. It's costly. It used to be anyway. I know in a former district that I worked at, I had to get rid of about 100 gallons of paint. It cost the district $30,000. This is actually funded by New York State. Believe it or not, anytime you buy paint now, you actually pay a little bit of a surcharge, a small tax, and that's to fund a paint recycling program. So if you have paint at home that you want to get rid of, you can actually bring it to a paint store, and they take it back from you for free. Same with us. 600 gallons of paint. Our team sorted all the paint. We separated it by oil versus latex and the size of the cans, 5 gallon, 1 gallon, and quart size. And then the paint care people came to our district with their own truck, their own teams. They packed it all up and took it all away for absolutely free. Wow. So we got all of it gone, and thank you. Thank you.
$3.99, my best favorite price.
Thank you. We freed up a lot of room in the warehouse there, and now we're going to expand that to the buildings too. We already have counts from our buildings to see what they have. We'll do a second pickup, maybe later this year. So our primary budget drivers, as I mentioned, the mandated New York State lead water testing is right around $62,000. The triennial is $65,000. And then that placeholder that Superintendent Winch spoke about earlier is there's be $1 million placeholder for proposed security enhancements. Mr. Winch, do you want to speak on that a bit?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to mention that because I believe all the other codes are flat, right?
Yes.
In
We
your
kept
budget.
all our other codes.
So these
are
are
absolutely
that's why
flat.
these are the only ones on here. So the other codes, none of the other codes are up. But obviously the first two are requirements. There's nothing we can do about that. The bottom one is just, like I said, a placeholder, and I mentioned this before, that as we go through our process of discussing what we may or may not want to do, that number obviously will change. Like we mentioned, Mr. Fabiano mentioned at the very beginning of the presentation, is that this is the most the budget will be. We don't add things into the budget once the process starts, and so that would really be the most we would be involved with any sort of security enhancement, and so it will likely be less, could be much less, but we obviously need to put something in there for now because we are just at the beginning of that conversation.
Can I just thank you for your presentation? And I just have a question to ask about the lead water testing.
Yep.
Is that annual?
No, it's every 5 years.
And then the triennials every 3 years. So is there a way of budgeting a third of the money going forward to get us ready for so triennial means 3, right? I'm not making that up. Okay. We obviously knew it was coming, or did we not know it was coming? Or so I'm just thinking for the future, can we start allotting
I knew it was coming, so
so
I put it in for this budget. It's not an annual line item, so I didn't want to put it in every year.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah.
And you
So-
can't carry it until you're going to use it. That seems really inconvenient. All right, sorry, I just was wondering.
That's
Nothing
okay.
against you. It just I didn't
You
realize
are
that.
you are
Yeah,
you are
I was
correct
trying to
in that it
think.
becomes difficult because it's sort of like when we talk about subscriptions for online programs now, right? Because we're moving away from textbooks, right? And so all of a sudden it'll be you're getting a 3-year subscription, so you don't need any money for 2 years, but in a third year you need a big pot of money, right? And then your line goes up, but yet you're not going to just hold $100,000 for no purpose for 2 years. So it would be nice if you could kind of divide it up over the amount of time, because it does create huge swings in budget codes.
It does seem to make sense. Nothing again. It just I don't know. Okay, thank you.
Is it legally statewide that we can't do that? And
It just falls to fund balance, correct, Mr. Fabiano? It's not a trust and agency code, like,
Yeah, that's correct.
for any code, really.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, correct.
Could you fund a subscription reserve?
You know, it
Why
just so
not?
happens, something that occurs every 5 years and something that occurs every 3 years happen to come together. But in not this year, but the previous year, we had a budget for the building condition survey. So what would be nice is if we could leave a portion of that in, and these things come up, they're not every year, but something usually comes up. So it would, if we can get this in the budget, it would be nice if we don't eliminate it next year, and by that way, we accomplish
I
what
guess you
think
could create a
you're looking
code
for.
that
Yeah.
combines these things if they don't occur at the same time, and it's like, okay, well, this item occurs once every year, this one's every other year, and then you put them all in one code so you don't have to keep changing the amount. You could possibly do that.
Exactly.
Which is
And-
like a little bit like a reserve.
A subscription
You
reserve.
can't just create a reserve, though, right, for subscriptions?
No, and that's the thing. If this was your household, you could put it in a savings account and wait for it. But there are a lot of restrictions with that, and they don't really have reserves for these type of testing that occur.
Is it because they don't exist or you're not allowed to?
That's my question.
We have a legal opinion.
No, I was just going to say that I wouldn't complain about it, but I don't think your auditors would be happy.
Okay.
So is there a rule against it, a law against it in the state, or it's just no one does it?
Like just frowned upon because no one does it?
I'm sorry, a law against?
I'm going to use a term, a subscription reserve, recurring expense reserve.
I'll defer to Bob. He's not going to tell us no, but I think our auditors would.
Yeah.
You know,
We've
had our reserves
Yeah.
scrutinized, and I think we're in compliance.
We had
and-
some ridiculous reserves 15, 20 years ago that were well over budgeted.
Well, I mean, you can have over budgeted reserves, but you can't create reserves. Reserves are created in the education law or the general municipal law.
And there's nothing.
Nothing that
could fit this.
Nothing that a local. No, not that I can think of. I mean, maybe staggering it because you might have, some administrative costs or something in off years. You might be able to get away with that, but you can't just
As a homeowner,
call
you do
something
it.
a reserve.
As homeowners, we do it.
Yeah,
If you
but-
know, I'm going to
but
put a
we're
new
not
roof up in
homeowners.
3 years. You put money aside each year. Just-
Yeah.
I think we should look for some kind of, I'm not saying loophole, but some kind of place that can
Well,
be
that's
legally put in.
Well, that's what the unapplied fund balance is for. I didn't say that.
And there you go.
I didn't mean to sideline your presentation. My bad.
Let's do it that way.
I do appreciate that the budget did not go up aside from these few little expenses. I don't mean to, I'm not trying to focus in on that. Just budgeting question.
Yeah, for 24-25, our budget was 6.5 million and change. 25-26, we're looking at 7,687,000, and that's that large change, the just under 17%. That's obviously that $1 million placeholder that you're seeing there. That's all our other codes and facilities we kept flat. We kept everything exactly the same as last year. Yeah, and we're getting a ton of work done. Ton of work done. And that's it. Does anyone have any questions? Thank you.
Just once again, really the work that you do and the work that your team does, it really honestly is incredible. We are very lucky to have every single one of the members of our facility.
I'm really fortunate. I have a great team that I work with. Tommy Williams is here, our supervisor of operations. Logan, our maintenance super, couldn't make it tonight. But really, everybody in facilities is phenomenal. I just have a really great team. So I'm really thankful for that. And to all of you as well. Thank you. You guys support everything, so thank you.
Craig, I think most of these buildings here are about 75 years old, and every single one of us in this room could only hope and wish they looked as good as these buildings do at 75 years old. And
I hope I do, yeah. Thank you.
Nice job.
I'm going to move on to follow up to prior public be heard questions. So there were 3 speakers at the last meeting. They were all responded to. So I'll start it off with our first response which was to Maddie Bucky's. Topic was special education. And so it said, thank you for attending our December 4th, 2024 Board of Education meeting and speaking at Public Be Heard regarding special education resources. We truly appreciate your engagement and commitment to supporting our students with disabilities. Please know that we will review your suggestions with the appropriate faculty and staff. Thank you again for your valuable contribution. We had a speaker, Stacey Reardon, who came to speak about a transportation request. I said, thank you for taking the time to come and speak at our December 4th Board of Education meeting regarding private school transportation. Pursuant to Levittown School District Policy 3230, the Board of Education reviewed your appeal related to denial of late transportation request. Levittown School District Policy 5720 sets forth the requirements for the request of non-public school transportation, and as indicated in the policy, all requests must be received by April 1st of the preceding year. As per the board policy in New York State law, there are only 2 instances in which late transportation can be approved. If the request can be accommodated at no additional cost, the school district is obligated to provide the transportation, but in this scenario, there would be an additional cost. Board policy gives discretion to the board to make exceptions in instances where a late request can be approved if there is an additional cost, as long as there is what is called a reasonable explanation by the state. Unfortunately, the information shared does not meet that qualification of reasonable explanation, so unfortunately cannot approve that request. Lastly, we had two speakers, Jason Moore and Jen Teza, on child safety zone. Thank you for speaking at the December 4th, 2024 Board of Education meeting and for bringing forward your request to declare the D section of our school district a child safety zone. We appreciate your passion for ensuring the safety and well-being of our students, and we acknowledge the petition you submitted in support of this important cause. The school board will carefully review your request and will work towards including this on a referendum on the May 2025 ballot once the information has been vetted with our school district attorney. We value your advocacy and the thoughtful steps you've taken to raise awareness of this issue. Should you have any further questions or wish to discuss this matter further, please feel free to reach out to Mr. Fabiano, our Assistant Superintendent for Business and Finance. That concludes my responses to the Public Be Heard portion on December 4th. In regards to board follow-up to board questions, I just wanted to just mention that we continue to do our fundraising for hurricane relief in Asheville. As you know, we partnered with Asheville Middle School to support them. We continue to do fundraisers. We've right now raised a little bit over $4,000 to help support Asheville Middle School. We continue to work with them. We just had a meeting today with the middle school principal in Asheville. We are also working with Syntax to work on a story for media release with this. It's a very unique relationship we have with them, which is that, we're really like trying to personally work with them and really help to restore programming that the students are in jeopardy of losing, including a end of 8th grade trip to Washington, D.C. So they are, I think, very touched. They are still, facing such obstacles there. They still, as of this moment, do not have drinking water in the buildings. It's interesting that Mr. Camerata mentioned about the lead testing, because it is the lead testing that has made it that their water is not drinkable. And so they are continuing to use bottled water every day. So just try to imagine that, we have a school district of over 7,000 students. If we had to provide bottled water to students every day, I think we estimated around 70,000 bottles of water a day. It really is, good.
Yeah, that number comes from what's mandated by the health department. In order for the school to open, they had to have a certain amount of liters per every 2 hours per child per day.
So anyway, the fundraising continues. We are working with all of our buildings and really trying to align some of the fundraising activities we currently do, but to kind of funnel money from those activities. I know that Mr. Kasha was talking about some of the money from Spirit Night going towards that. I know that Mr. Avina is going to be donating the money from their Penny Wars competition that they do in January every year. So we continue to raise money, and we'll be reaching out a little bit more intently towards our outside organizations that we work so closely with. Those that utilize our facilities, like Girl Scout troops, Boy Scout troops, as well as to some of our vendors. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Comments and reports for the Board of Education. Does anybody have anything? No. Correspondence?
I do have correspondence. I'm going to pass this out for the board to read. We did receive correspondence from a community member regarding late buses. And so this is a request in regards to not having late buses at a particular private school. And so I'll pass this. It's just a lot of letters, so I'm not going to read each one individually, but I am providing you with copies for your perusal for us to discuss at an upcoming meeting. But it is basically a request for expansion of late buses to include at least a particular private school. Was there any other, Ms. Esposito, was there any other communication that no, that was it. Okay.
Thank you for the organized packet. I appreciate things being stapled neatly. Marianne, did you want to say anything? Do you have a question? Okay. It's an inside thought. We're now going to move on to our wonderful student liaisons. Before I have you guys do your little spiel, I just wanted to ask you really quickly, like we had facilities come and talk, and you guys are both in your senior years, right? So maybe if you have any sort of maybe guidance or opinions on the facilities that you've been in for the last 4 years, on any improvements or things that you really enjoyed while you were, like things that you can maybe consider for the future for their buildings for other students. Just like what do you think kids need maybe in terms of facilities to make us maybe think about what we could plan for in the future or discuss as a board? I know I'm putting you on the spot. So if you want to think about it and do your presentations first, and then if you want to kind of weigh in, would that work for both of you? Okay, great. Can I please have Madison Anderson from MacArthur go first this time? Thank you.
Good evening, and I would like to begin my report by wishing you all a very happy and healthy new year, and all the very best for a fantastic 2025. Since our last meeting, I am thrilled to say that we had quite few great happenings transpire in General Nation. First, we conducted an extremely successful and informative elective fair for all current 9th, 10th, and 11th grade students during all 4 lunch periods in our auditorium lobby on December 5th. All students received a bird's eye view and description of each of the impressive elective courses we will be offering for the 2025-2026 school year. On December 6th, Dr. Friedman and Mr. Zowson accompanied all members of our science research team to the Crest Hollow Country Club in Syosset to participate in the annual Long Island Smart Growth Summit. They engaged in various community issues and discussions such as infrastructure development, clean energy solutions, job creation, and economic growth. Kudos to junior Megan Campbell for being invited to sit on a panel related to youth leadership, mentoring, and community involvement. On December 9th and 10th, we conducted informational and informative assemblies for all four grades, where keynote speakers, Officer John Groshans and Mr. Ron Riebel, elaborated on the dangers of fentanyl as well as the awareness of cyber safety. And on December 18th, we conducted our first winter concert of the season, and kudos to Mrs. Levenberg and our amazing chorus, along with Mrs. Wu and our fantastic string orchestras on their phenomenal performances in front of a packed house. Some of our upcoming events include the administration of all of our midterms and select Regents exams from January 21st through January 24th. Good luck to all of our generals taking exams. Our second winter concert of the season is on January 31st and will feature our dynamic symphonic band under the direction of Mr. Romano. And on January 31st, Dr. Freeman and Mr. Zowson will be accompanying members of our science research team to the Brookhaven National Lab to compete in the annual Science Bowl. Please join me in wishing the team a very best of luck in this competition. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Madison. VD Patel from Division.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone had a lovely break, an awesome New Year, and it's great to be back. To begin, there are some announcements to celebrate at Division. First, we are pleased to announce that Division Avenue has been recognized with the Public High School Athletes Association Scholar Athlete Team Award for the fall 2024 sports season. Scholar athlete teams such as girls and boys soccer teams, game day cheer, cross country, football, and girls swim heighten our school pride and honor. Additionally, the Future Teachers class, led by Ms. Liano, had an awesome field trip at Summit Lane where students had the opportunity to observe some incredible educators while teaching and getting hands-on experience in the classroom. Students got to see the creativity and dedication of these teachers. Also, our music teacher, Ms. Sellers, hosted a CD/skills sing-along from Deck the Halls to O Dreidel. The auditorium was filled with students and staff singing, laughing, and celebrating the holiday season together. I remember being there. It was super cool. For some upcoming events,
The Division Avenue Science Olympiad team will be holding the Blue Dragons Invitational for middle schools to participate in this Saturday, January 11th. Our high school students will volunteer and help set up events as each team competes from events ranging from anatomy and physiology to Empower. Additionally, each year, the Division Avenue High School Marching Band Parent Association provides an end-of-season marching band dinner to raise funds for the marching band, as well as recognize our band members and the wonderful staff that support them throughout the season. This year, it will take place this Friday, January 10th. Division Avenue students will volunteer at these events supporting their peers. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was both excellent reports. I did also just want to mention that, as I mentioned to the board earlier today, that we were very excited to hear of MacArthur student Melody Hong, who was designated as a Regeneron Scholar. That is the program that replaced back in the day, I think what most of us know is the Intel science competition. So it's been several years since we've had someone who has achieved that level, and I know it's going to be a news day tomorrow. So just congratulations for MacArthur in regards to that honor. So how about a big round of applause for Melody Hong?
To our liaisons also, if you don't want to answer tonight about facilities, you can always get back to us at a future date before we vote on the budget. All right?
Yeah, we
Sound
were just thinking that, and I know because I met with you the other day, and I didn't bring this up at all, and so you're like ready to kill me. But we were talking, we're like, I mean, if you're going to be leaving us soon, and so if when we may not work its way into this budget, but if there are things that what would really have been awesome is if we had X, then it might be something that we can work into a budget. Oh, you thought of something now? All right, Max.
Right.
I think in the gym we need AC at MacArthur. Also,
It's always AC.
Or if they could turn the fans on when
Yes.
sports are practicing, that would be great.
All right, that would be good too.
the fans are never on.
We have actually discussed about at what point AC will possibly be going into the gyms. The issue is that it's much more expensive because they really need to be like regular central air HVAC units, not just window units. So I know Mr. Camerata is shuddering in his seat back there about gym ACs. But it has come up before. Yeah, just so I do. You're not the only person I've actually had some of the phys ed teachers ask me because now they feel excluded because everyone else has AC. So duly noted, and we'll see what happens in the future. So thank you.
Thank you.
It would be more than that $1 million that's in the budget as a placeholder for securities.
We're now going to move to, wow, I'm on the wrong page. Sorry about that. Public be heard? Sorry. No, Vidi's thinking about it.
Oh.
She'll get back to us. Yeah, we do. This is the opportunity for members of the community to speak. We ask that all questions are directed to the Board of Education President. That's me. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes in total. And each speaker is expected to use the mic that's up there and just clearly state their name and address. I have Richard Stern signed up for tonight.
Good evening. My name is Richard Stern. I live at 40 Morning Glory Road in Levittown. I've come to ask the Board of Education for the possibility of building an aquatic center on facilities, talking about our facility improvement and about revenue generating. Levittown has a rich history and tradition in swimming. LSA is one of the oldest town programs on Long Island. St. Bernard's is one of the largest CYOs. Both boys and girls high school swimming and diving teams have a rich history with conference championships, division championships, individual and relay team county championships, as well as state championships. To kind of piggyback off of the need for revenue generating, the CYO and both high school teams spend about $15,000 to $20,000 each on rental facilities. Eisenhower Park charges about $37 an hour per lane. CYO takes about 6 to 7 lanes 4 days a week plus weekend meets. The high schools take 3 to 4 lanes 5 days a week for about 24 weeks plus weekends. Because of the limited space for the high school on both boys and girls team, therefore their sizes of the team are limited. Other schools rent Nassau County facilities, which you can use as a revenue generator. If you build a facility, you can get in to local area teams, Wantagh, other teams that can't have their own facility because they can't afford it, would be able to start a team. District could create a community learn to swim program mirroring that Hicksville and Farmingdale have. Also, other districts like Plainview, Jericho, and Syosset have. They could also create a physical education unit, teach lifeguarding classes, and thus provide jobs for students to work at the aquatic center. You could also then build a small gym, attach it, and do a membership fee for residents and non-residents like the Freeport Rec Center. Farmingdale built their 8-lane aquatic center with gym and a 4-lane, 10-meter pool for about $16 million. Hicksville built their 6-lane facility for about $13 million. So it is a fee, but the return on revenue would be astronomical with the CYOs, the high schools, and if you build a big enough facility, you can generate revenue by outside agencies renting it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have next sign up is Maddie. Sorry, I can't understand the writing for the last name.
It's Bucky's.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. I'm glad I could help. Good evening. My name is Maddie W. Bucky's, and I live at 1297 Shaw Place in Seaford, and I'm an advocate for people with disabilities, as I mentioned last month. Before I get into my remarks, I do want to recognize me and my friend, Ava Hen, who was one of our interns at the Winter Center for Autism. She's a sophomore student at Sacred Heart University studying psychology. So on to the letter I wrote. As an advocate for people with disabilities and as a former student with a disability, I do have a question in relation to special education placement and students taking AP or honors classes. My question is, if a high school student wants to take an advanced placement class, say in United States history or in government and politics, can the special education chairperson or their designee reserve the right to deny a student who has a disability to take an AP or an honors classes and instead put the student in a self-containment class to meet their needs with other students with disabilities? Because if this question is correct, we must put a stop to this injustice and discrimination and put a ban in place to prohibit any CSE chairperson or designee from denying a student if they want to take an honors or an AP class because they're interested in learning something in debt and might accelerate it. And if we have a student who wants to take an honors class, they should not be denied taking the class because they have a disability and placed into a restricted setting. Also, we must stop denying students with disabilities who want to take a college entry exam, such as an SAT, a PSAT, or an ACT to get into any colleges they want, or their dream colleges. Some colleges and universities do require an SAT or an ACT, like down in Florida. We had several students that go to South Florida and Tampa. Teachers and chairpersons should not be infringing on their right to go to college or dream school that they want to go to and have the option to do so. As a former student with a disability, I want to take a college entry exam to get into school, but I was denied by first not recommended, however, by a special ed teacher or by a chairperson. I don't want to see this continued unnecessary discrimination towards students who have IEPs just because they're disabled and can be restricted from the rest of the general education population. In my view, ladies and gentlemen, we must have a representative to represent the students with disabilities. Lastly, I'll say this in relation to transcripts. When I graduated in MacArthur back in 2019, I'm curious how long you guys keep the transcripts for, because I'm going to college likely in the fall or summer of 2026. And finally, the question is from last month, I know, Vanessa, you sent a folder to the special ed office and to SEPTA, but I have not heard anything back. I would like to have, the Winter Center for Autism out in West Babylon, the organization that I represent, to come down to a future SEPTA where we can do a presentation, hopefully by the end of the year. And lastly, I'll say this. I am considering a run for school board if Peggy or Christina choose not to seek re-election. So with that being said, everybody, please have a wonderful evening, and this you do as you shall answer unto God. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you both for taking the time to come to tonight's Board of Education meeting to share your concerns and comments. Please know that we value your feedback and you coming here tonight, and we will reach out to you to answer all of the questions in the coming days. We're now going to move on to the agenda. We have budget transfers. Do I have a motion to accept 5.1 on the agenda? Phyllis, thank you. Do I have a second? Christina, any discussion?
Not yet. 5.1 and then 5.
Okay, all in favor? 7-0. I'm going to next do is schedules, 5.2. Do I have a motion to accept item 5.2 on the agenda? Marianne, second. James, thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? 7-0. Thanks. Can I have a motion to separate out 6.3 and 6.4 from the consent agenda? Phyllis, can I have a second? Mike, any discussion? All in discussion?
This is just
Just about the motion.
Separate it out.
No? Okay. All in favor? 7-0. Do I have a motion to accept items 6.1 to 6.2 and 6.5 through 6.14? Peggy, do I have a second? Phyllis, any discussion?
No, it's separated out. We can vote on this.
Okay. All in favor? 7-0. Can I please have a motion to accept items 6.3 and 6.4 on the agenda? Phyllis, can I have a second? Marianne, any discussion? All in favor? Any abstentions? Mike, thank you. So 6-1. 6 yes, 1 abstention. 6-0-1, right? Sorry. Now we're going to move on to, thanks. Gifts to schools. Ooh, this is awesome. Recommended motion resolved that the Levittown Board of Education does hereby accept with thanks the following gifts. A Bradbury baby grand piano to be donated to Division Avenue High School from Jerry Sciano, 2876 Bay Drive in Merrick, and books as listed on the attached to be donated to Wisdom Lane Middle School from Scholastic Book Fair, P.O. Box 639849, Cincinnati, Ohio. I need a motion to accept these gifts with thanks. Yes? Peggy, second. James, any discussion? Thank you. Thank you. And that's amazing. All in favor? 7-0. Now we're going to move on to ad hoc.
This is just a reminder. This is the second read of the 2000s policies. These are the policies being reviewed by the board committee, really just for updated language and then updating with the attorneys any legal documents that need to be done. So if the board has any questions on these, if not, they will be on the agenda for the next meeting to be adopted, and then we will move forward with the 3000s.
All right. Already started reading. Upcoming dates, we have a budget planning session, our first one on January 22nd. May I please have a motion to adjourn the regular meeting? Marianne, can I have a second? Mike, all in favor? 7-0. Meeting adjourned.